and welcome back to Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. Hopefully, you guys can hear me okay. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, we should be good. We are going to finish this last case tonight. So, that being said, let's go ahead and get started. I don't even remember where we're at. Okay, we're here. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just adjust some stuff around here first. Intensive care unit? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. Well, I'm pretty sure they also kept him there too, just so he doesn't die from the fall and make sure his vitals are okay and all that. So I'm pretty sure it's more than just a cold. I mean, not to say that he wasn't in the cold. What I'm trying to say is I'm pretty sure that they were checking for other stuff besides the fact that he got a cold. Phoenix, you're not Superman. Come on now. I feel dizzy. My ears are ringing. My throat burns. And my head is on fire. Oh, I've been there. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Hi Ash, how you doing today or tonight? Or maybe Viridian and artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Get your ass back in bed. What the hell? Anyway, I read today's trial record. Headache, but you got your dinner meats and you're chilling? Awesome. We love to see it. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. Well, what kind of dinner meats do you have tonight, Ash? We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shishishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Father has made stew? That sounds delicious! What kind of stew? Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself. Or I'll eat my coat. Don't eat your coat, Gumshoe, please. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Beef. It was very warm and comfy. Yum! Make sure you get some water for your headache. Get some leave if you can take it, or just get some rest, Ash. Don't work too hard, please. Never work too hard. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. He knows he's worried about his love. I guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on the bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Heck, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Tonight's dinner meats, I had fish again. But it was sushi. I really, now I'm okay, I actually, back when I used to live in Arizona, a few years ago, I actually stopped eating sushi so much due to a person. I'll just say that is his fault. You want sushi? Sushi. But the place that I get it from is so good. I always get the tuna and the salmon. It's so good. It's perfect. It's the perfect amount. And I actually got lucky tonight because I think one of the chefs, I guess, didn't know what to do with one piece, so they just wrapped extra rice around it. Mwah. I can't ask for anything more. So it was so good. We love it. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? All right, now I'm off. There goes Gumshoe, our best boy. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Yes, so right now Gumshoe is working there, so... Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear! Take a shot of water every time Larry's an idiot. Absolutely die from drowning. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Ugh! Enough. Oh, there she is, Ash. There's your queen. There's your wife. A fools, who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. What did you agree? Phoenix, right? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're a... Ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you so much, Larry. I hate you so much, Larry. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Never give this man an agent. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I I saw what I saw! Oh yeah. He saw this, didn't he? That's a choice. That was a choice that Larry made. Okay, Larry. Okay. Okay, Larry. Shifu! I'm telling you! Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear! Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize! Agro's at it again with his pulleys, I see. Yeah, really. And there he goes. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Alright, Queen, what's up? What's up with you? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right, extending my perfect win record. Naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the protege. Hi, Megabillium! How are you doing tonight? And the tingles are back. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. Also, he looks like a praying mantis when you look at him head on, like right up front. It's really creepy. I do not recommend it. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Is he dead? Is he dead? Unless he meant like the world of prosecuting. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This, I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. So what happened at today's trial? He looks like an almond sliver. Sliver? What is that, Megabillion? Do I want to know? In my restless dreams, I see him facing that. At least I wish we had front-facing Thanatos. At least I would have been better off. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Oh yeah, that's right. Edgeworth took it for us. Oh, a sliced almond? Oh, okay. Don't freak me out. Bugs have been named so many weird different things, so I'm just like, what? Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know? He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make me crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. I mean, if this was in a normal world, or I guess like not video game world, he would have to recuse himself actually because it's so personal, and technically he's a victim since he did fall off a bridge during the incident, so I don't know. I don't know how that works, but you know what, fuck it. Takumi said fuck it, we're doing what we want. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kinda cute. Oh no, are you calling her a tsundere? He's calling her a tsundere! Ow! No smoking! No whipping the sick! That foolish fool. Doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Get a job! Leave her alone! No, he's not like hitting on her. He's not hitting on her. He's just calling her a tsundere. Oh, and speaking of Ace Attorney, guess what, chat? The new Great Ace Attorney is open for pre-order finally on Steam. So I think it's like you get 2 games for $40. That's actually not bad. That's $20 per game. Plus, I think you get like a whatchamacallit. You get art and music with it too, separate from like the game. So that is really cool. I'm gonna try to get that pre-order, and obviously I'm gonna play for the channel, which means I am gonna play Apollo Justice on stream next week. I just gotta find a way to do it. So yeah, I never played it, so like, yeah, I would be excited to do that. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you ever consider the dangers? Well, at the time, he was thinking about a lot of things. No, the only one thought in my mind was I have to get across. Oh, a fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Well, there's not really much we can do. Let's go to the main hall. That was one long sigh. That was a sigh? I thought it was like supposed to be like a yawn or something. Sister Bikini? My. I didn't know you were here. How you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mochi. She is our queen, Mochi, Megabilium. Our queen, Mochi. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. Right, where did Pearls go? That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Well, you're kind of busy recovering from a massive cold and the fact that you, I don't know, jumped across a cliff and somehow survived? You fell down from a cliff, Phoenix. There was enough time to do anything. Oh my god. This man. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? Oh. I saw Iris flying. Her white hood was fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. Yeah, you're on a different kind of high, Larry. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. Even Phoenix is like, yeah, don't worry about it. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there, fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she or they will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things. I just like how he's like, at first he's like, fuck, we gotta get going, and then he's like, alright, let's talk about this thing. Oh, Phoenix. Oh, visual novel characters. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh? Do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. Sorry to all the MILF lovers out there. We don't have measurements for Miss Elise Dunham, I guess. No. I'm wondering why she came to stay at a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. Can't have shit in Detroit. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Miss Dunham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all of our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. Anyway, she's older than me. You must always respect your elders, you know? How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Oh. You're right, Ash. We can't have shit in Detroit. It seems Miss Elise Dunham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Well, why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's dropping so bad. It's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? Did it? I hope not. According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. Well, there's so much we can do. Guess we'll just have to go to the courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Oh, I didn't mean that. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height of the body. That's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donham was pushed from the top of the wall? Miss Donham's staff. I definitely remembered there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing here? What was it doing all the way out here? The Shishishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't a murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Decoration, maybe? They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Let her have fun, Phoenix, right? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around in this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must like them now, since Iris can't be here. Hey! What was that jarring, inconceivably loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you, I let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Ah! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... for karma! Poor Gumshoe. Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence. I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? Alright, I mean... Okay, so let's go. Okay, good. They got it fixed. So let's go ahead and get over there. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice! Pearls! She's safe! She's safe, you guys! She's safe, chat! Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely. I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that the dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're... I am Franziska von Karma, the protege. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl at your whip. Oh goddamn. Pearl's here with the call-outs and the roast. Damn, go off, Pearl. I mean, is she wrong? Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yo, what are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You can't whip a little girl, Phoenix. The hell's wrong with you? You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? Ah! I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Missing Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was all that about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Well, more like 2 weeks ago, but you know. We're gonna ignore that. Okay, what about these guys? Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. Okay. Oh wait, this incinerator's open. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clues are concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. It was closed. Yeah, it was closed. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. Is that... There's a little gate that leads to the garden. It says no entry on the sign though. Come on now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? I feel like Edgeworth said that. I feel like when Edgeworth was like, I guess having his moments or whatever, he was talking shit and that's what he told Franziska. This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Yow! You're completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this woman I could take. Okay. The sign says inner temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. Huh. I guess there's not much else we can do, but head in. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she is nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange clock? It wasn't here 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. He says, I don't know about the vibes, y'all. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Doors change. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych-lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... Hey, what? What? A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was in here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air, but gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Okay, so it's been obscured by gravy. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. Oh shit, it's the sexy man, the sexy prosecutor, and the sexy theme song. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha, I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha. Well, I guess I'll owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Don't be sexist. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. Damn, Godot! I'm only going to say this once. Lady von Wippenberg, go home. Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? Well, why didn't you? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So, what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organs is... well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk of a body going on with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you'll experience death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended. And who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dustgate Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of Acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I could tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Then where is she? Huh? But that's impossible! She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched the cavern yet, huh? Be aware though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Francisca, get his ass. A woman dies because of us? Hello? Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally! Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. I'm drinking water and just side-eyeing right now because I don't know what to say to that. Chat, what do you think? You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now... Yes, he was, technically, because remember, he was, well, I guess what he means is that, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's a guy, or a cis guy thing, or a masculine thing, I guess, but like, I mean, Larry did give Mia the thinker. I'm trying to remember. I think they actually were having a party. And they were like, oh. And I think Mia was like, oh, I'll go ahead and, you know, wrap up some work stuff, whatever. And like, that's when Phoenix came. No, she told him to come and meet her at this time. At a particular time. But like, he came a little late, I think, and I think that's when Red White attacked her. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's just hard to say. Like I don't know. Like, what do you say to that? You know, like. Like, it's very difficult to say. I don't know, like... I don't know, like, I don't blame Godot. And on one hand, I mean, like, if you're old school, I guess, like, maybe you can see his point, but I don't know. And now, you've let her sister suffer the same fate. But then again, like, how's he to know that Red White was gonna attack her? How was Phoenix to know that this whole thing was gonna happen? I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No! What is this peculiar looking lock? Buddy, Nick has to go home eventually if he doesn't live in... Yeah, he doesn't live in the office. So I feel like Godot here is like being really old school for no other reason other than to just buy... I mean, yes, like you said, I don't know, like it's all very complicated. Can anybody who's masculine and old school in this manner explain it to us? Cause Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key? Ha. Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. Maybe we could try our Magatama? There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of training. So, Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel a kind of way. I feel like a kind of way. Like, I guess, like, if you're a masculine kind of guy, like an old school masculine kind of guy, I guess, yes, you have a duty to protect the women in your life. But, again, how was Phoenix to know this shit? He just started working as a lawyer. There's just no fucking way Mia is going to tell Phoenix, yeah, by the way, I'm working with I'm dealing with this case about I guess maybe on the other hand though, Nick could have actually asked her like, hey, is there any special things you need to or that you're working on, Mia, that I need to keep an eye out for? So I guess, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know that Maya. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I could do anything. Oh, Franziska. Yeah, you could do anything, except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Okay, weird flags would go off. This scroll shows a picture of Misty Fey, the master of the Korean channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artistes. Artists? Yeah. There's just no way. Oh, there's just no way. Nothing we can do. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Oh, it's Gumshoe. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you? Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that over, son, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How'd you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decided if you want to wash that off or not. How'd you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already stuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? Oh, Gumshoe. So, what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah. Anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix, right? Of course! What else will we do? I really want to know what that Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Well, I mean, we really have no other choice. Oh, this looks bad. This looks really bad. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up whenever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... Oh, Gumshoe. Well, what is this? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dunham? Yeah. There was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match perfectly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket on getting some very big answers. Okay, so she wore it, huh? Why is this like this? Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost a perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleaned away the snow. No, thought it was you, was it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that with my man and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Okay, tell us, Gumshoe. Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Why is he so cute? It's okay because Gumshoe is cute. Is that it? That's it! Yeah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. And did someone write Maya's name again? What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Well, Maya, guess you're going back to jail. Again, right? Yes, sir. God damn it. You have to bust 2 people out of jail now. So, how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing, scientifically speaking. This place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Scruffy, do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern, the surrounding area that's not covered, and the surrounding area that's not covered in stone, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... it's kind of hard to say, actually. Guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we could do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. Well, we'll have to wait. Says she is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse, it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donum's blood? Is her blood? Hello? Actually, let me get something real quick. And then we'll get back to that. Thoughts on the case so far, chat? Oh, sorry, I'm just doing something really quick. Maya jailbreak episode win. Hopefully soon. We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright. I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, hold on. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was turned upside down. What? Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donum wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking! That's impossible! From the writing on the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donum's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Donum was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely, a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. Fuck! I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my man. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Fuck. What are we gonna do? What are we going to do? There's nothing much we can do. Fuck. Maybe they're here? It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright! Iris, I'm really glad to see you. The Does managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you was locked up in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait! Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys! Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. Don't arrest her again! That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya! Mr. Wright! All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. Well, I'll be going now. Excuse us. Ugh! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince. Oh, now so Edgeworth is a prince now, huh? I mean, you're right, but is she talking about Edgeworth? I love he knew exactly. He's like, yeah, he's a prince. He's my prince. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testify about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Yuck! Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! You had to whip him. You two are the only ones who said that to me! I can't shake the feeling that I just become a shill to a shrew. Oh my god. Phoenix Wright is literally 2 steps away from calling himself a fucking simp. I hate this. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those cyclones of hers. Well, it's time. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do it like that. That's what I meant to grab. Take that! Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity. Well? Take that! Miss Donham had this charm with her at all times. Yay! Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could be a talisman? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, isn't it? Is it? Interesting. Oops! This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donham's true identity. Well, if you can recall, I think, the painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved for the master of the Kurain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Oh shit. Well, there it is. Elise Donham was I should say, Master Misty Fey. Breaks my fucking heart every time. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. So, technically she is a MILF, Ash. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is this? What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman is the symbol of the Master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. The Faye family is dropping like flies. Goodness, right? Until their death. So at least Donna was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Karain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Oh shit! What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall! It might very well cave in! What? Maya! It seemed to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go! What? Where? Where else, Franziska? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Oh, Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. I just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Huh? Are you thinking about your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Because he absolutely should. Come on, let's go. Let's move out. Gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Ah! What are you doing here? She knows. At this point, Ash, who doesn't know? How could I... How could you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yo! Hey! Why am I the only one getting whipped? She's gone. No! The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? Oh, fuck. God damn it. But he can't help it. I can't blame him. So it's just now. During the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. It's fine, it's fine. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right? The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then, you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the Inner Temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall Sacred Cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the Sacred Cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Excuse me? Huh? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? The hell is going on? Chat? Was it Larry? Send me your theories. Oh fuck, I forgot to turn off Feifei's death counter. My bad. Yes, we'll save it just in case, because you never know what could happen. Obviously, we're continuing. We are finishing this tonight. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So, you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. It's okay, Edgeworth. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green? Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sorts of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That is your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Oh, Edgeworth. Phoenix, you better give him a kiss later. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That's it. One must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, it's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room in Hazakura Temple on the night of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime at Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Ugh. And here we have more locks. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. She's not gonna tell us. I guess there's not much else we can do. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues from Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down the path. Maybe I'll find Larry and they're sulking again. Do we have to? I guess we have to. We have to deal with Larry. Oh! Mr. Nick! Pearls! What are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? But this is the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Oh, so he's on Twitter. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He's on Tumblr. No! I'm so funny. Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lawrence did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Oh, Pearls. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw it all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it! It's like a dream! A wonderful fantasy! No, it wasn't a dream! She really flew, dude! I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night! But Mr. Lawrence! Maurice! Not you too! Please don't look at me that with your small eyes, Pearl! Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase! I beg of you! I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw! It was exactly like I drew in the picture! And it looks like I don't have any other choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey! What's with that look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you during... Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donut's room reading a book together. But Miss Donut was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oh, even more, Cyclops. Because of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. Everybody's got locks, right? I've got, I got locks. You've got locks. Is anybody else in this chat room that has locks? What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean that your powers have disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls? Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura's temple? Tried, but failed, perhaps? Looks at Megabillium. Megabillium, do you have Cyclops that needs to be unlocked? Way to go, Nick! You made her cry! That was really cruel of you! Why is he crying? Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her. Oh, babies. Oh, baby, I should say. Fuck Larry. We hate Larry in this house. But let's go talk to Bikini. Maybe she'll... I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. What? What? What is this line of thought? Larry is a baby derogatory, and Pearls is a... And Pearls is a baby familial. Exactly. Exactly, Ash. I just want to know why he feels like this. Like, why are you like this, fucking Phoenix? Well, what's the damage? How was the sacred cavern?
It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 blocks that were stopping us from getting inside the secret cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Kurain tradition.
We have Iris at the secret cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Kurain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, Someone is trying to destroy the Kurain tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them.
Damn, she knew ahead of time? Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There is only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Kurain and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Oh shit. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Damn.
You believe in the technique, don't you, Miss Fright? You know its powers is real?
Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me when I need her the most.
The Kurain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader, which is true. A lot of business owners, CEOs, politicians and such, they all have their own secret astrologer on their payroll.
I mean, why else do certain things happen during certain transits? You know, like, it's not a coincidence. It's not.
Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but
with all that power and influence, I expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying you were poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake.
A mistake? What mistake?
It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is?
I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Oh my god, wait, Edgy's case?
The DL6 incident?
I knew it!
The DL6 incident.
I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. That's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
The murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history that the police ever used a spirit medium. the idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. But they didn't technically fail because, you know, one, it was dark. And two, that was the only other person he knew was there. So technically he's not wrong. The problem is that the problem was mostly just for the fact that, you know, again, he didn't know Manfred was like right outside. If you guys remember, Manfred was right outside that fucking door. And that's when he killed Greg. But just for the fact that, again, like, the only person that Gregory knew had a gun was the bailiff, the bailiff. You know, and poor Edgeworth, he's been suffering all these fucking years. Ugh, it's awful, man. It was the first case the world has ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham, but they're not. Gregory was just wrong. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? Well, yeah, now that Misty's dead. The family feud. The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, has always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become the branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya has a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Well, of course. Why wouldn't they? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As the result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. I could actually see that. I could actually see Mia doing something like that. She's like, you know what? 1, I get money. 2, I find out what happened to my mama. And 3, you know, there's no bloodshed going on between sisters. It's like, she wanted to keep that relationship. And that's... God damn it, this case! Oh, everything hurts so much. It hurts so much. And then not to mention, Mia has expensive taste, so most likely, I can see Mia going nuts. Or just like having, like letting loose in like college and shit. And just having a blast. And she's like, you know what? I think I'm gonna keep this up and just keep being a lawyer, you know? Like... Yeah, she doesn't deserve to die! What the fuck? I'm so upset again! Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. Yes, Morgan. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master Sea from her.
Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know.
Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago at Maya's home, Karain Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master.
I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris...
Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this?
That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter.
Wait, what? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Hello? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter?
Oops, I thought you already knew.
She's like, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. Or in this case, the Fae.
It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already.
I have. I know her very well.
Oh?
Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child.
You jest! That child! She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she?
Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. You wish you had locks? Locks for what, Megabillion? So this whole... Wait,
I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2.
3? Hello? Wait, what? The 3?
Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl.
What? Who says you don't have locks? Exactly. Exactly, Ash. Twin sister?
Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled.
I guess so, Bigabillion?
It wasn't many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him.
What a fucking asshole! I mean, how awful.
He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple.
What a piece of shit! I want to go fight this man.
That was Iris, you see.
It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler.
Well, that's a clue, I guess. Jeweler? Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh?
Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family.
Anger? What do you mean?
Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers could one day lead the clan.
Was his new wife, by any chance, a chemist who dabbled in poison? Oh, I don't know. Probably. I hope so. Fuck that dude. That's why she had pearls?
It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her.
So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Well, obviously we can't ask here. Let's go check on Gumshoe. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Right? Like she's really young. Morgan got around. No motive. Hold on. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing her with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Crane. Whoa, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. Give this man money. I would have never guessed that I would never have guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae because he's a king. Phoenix, he's a king. I can't do reggae. I can't do reggae in this voice. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? The barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found out these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? What's going on? So, how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't hurt. Don't matter anyway, you're gonna find out anyway. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And then they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down at the Sacred Cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Who else? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? So what's the letter? About the letter you found? Oh, don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is a burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it! There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You could have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Okay, yeah, we need to check this shit out. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over of some serious thoughts. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Litter is a crime, pal. Oh, Gumshoe. But you're right, you should. Be careful, blank. Once night falls, blank should be there, blank. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is Blank. She is our ally? The whole blank. Here is a picture of her. Use it. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is blank, burn the blank and make blank. Okay, so I think this one is once this is completed, burn the letter and also make sure do not tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Huh. I don't know about that. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far?
Well, it was the Shishishrito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today.
Yes, that's true.
In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's why you're running up and down. You're running around like a headless chicken looking for it now, huh?
Yeah, and man, is it tiring work! But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Secret weapon? What's your secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours?
You wanna know? Gotta think scientifically, okay?
Alright.
The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far?
No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart.
So what's the perfect tool for this job? Ta-da! A metal detector.
Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away.
Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go?
Huh? Me?
I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try?
I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? You know what? Let's play with him. Why not?
Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you.
Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go.
Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off of it.
Oh, bother.
So now I'm going to tell you how to use it.
It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure. That's what we're trying to find out.
Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around to give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Oh, and when that happens, this thing picks up any metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal?
Oh.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder.
What's the difference? It looks like a normal ladder to me, pal.
Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects.
I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask him for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says.
Oh no, he's interacting with the cabbage guy from Avatar.
I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing.
No, they're not. They're completely different.
You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, right? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal.
The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. Phoenix, they're the same to us broke bitches. Exactly. Exactly.
It says bikini number 1 on the side.
Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge?
Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that.
It's yours, detective?
The thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now.
How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places?
I know. I bet it happened. I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and...
Stop right there. I don't need to hear any more. Doesn't look as anything here.
Hey, pal! All you gotta do is watch the detector and let it tell you what to wear, okay?
Alright, alrighty. I'm not exactly a whiz in machinery, you know? What's it look like? Okay. Oh shit, what the hell? This is Miss Donham's staff, isn't it?
Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood.
But the detector is reacting to it.
Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic.
Isn't that the whole point of a metal detector, to find metal where you can't see it?
It's weird that this thing is causing a racket.
Here, let me take a look at it.
Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the...
The top is coming off!
Look what you've done! You damaged a really important piece of evidence!
Wait a minute. Excuse me? Oh my god! She was packing! A sword! Honestly, same. I would get one. You never know what some of these old bitches would do. I know, right? I want one too.
Inside the staff.
Is this... Could it be?
The murder weapon?
I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff.
They call this staff, this kind of thing, a sword cake, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot.
I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was an Inner Temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword?
No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now.
Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it.
Then I guess this isn't a murder weapon, huh?
No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder.
Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal.
It's about the same length as the Shishishito, too. This must be the murder weapon.
Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight.
Wait up, detective!
Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know.
You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while?
Huh? Who are you talking about, pal?
Please! Just until we find Maya.
Maya? What's this got to do with her?
I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Oh, well, so?
Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel.
You don't think?
Maya, please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern.
You're looking kind of Viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished.
I understand.
This is just regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal.
Thank you, detective.
Don't worry. She'll be fine.
Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of the mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya? How, pal? Sure, thanks. God, I love Kochi so much. He's so good. He's so good. I love him! I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunham doing with the stuff like this in the first place? Well, authors be wildin'. Authors are ridiculous of learning very quickly. Very, very quickly that authors can be very, messy, to say the least. So she's packing heat to protect herself. Guns are illegal and dangerous. So she's like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking cut people in goddamn style. And that's what she's gonna goddamn do. Queen shit. I want one. When I get my once I start earning royalties, I'm definitely gonna get one of those things. That'd be so cool. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Edgeworth! Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. It's time for a kiss! Give him a kiss! Edgeworth? Uh... Hey! Don't you dare run away! What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on. Laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edward. That's pretty gay! That's pretty gay, Phoenix. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, it is his boyfriend, so it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Make sure you hug your boyfriends, your girlfriends, your friends, your pets, and your family members. Make sure you do that. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. What happened? You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There is a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes, huh? No. Though, thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there! But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I could say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so So, no more of this self-pity, okay? God, just kiss already and make up! There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No? Wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So? Who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be crucial. It might be the crucial piece of puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I could say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Edgeworth? I know who you're thinking about. And I'm telling you right now. It's all connected. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Right? Yes. Exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, Her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right? I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Yep. Crab rave at the time. Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Oh, she died last month? Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected to the case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. I mean, yes, you're right, but there's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia, Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother's got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Oh, we know, Edgeworth, we know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real. This is all so complicated. Everybody's connected. Alrighty. You ready for this? Alright, Iris. It's time. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at the Hazakura temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. And it was Bikini. If y'all remember. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Sorry, I'm just chewing on a cough drop real quick. Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the night. You were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late.
Oh, sorry. What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left about 9:40 p.m., I think.
Sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. It doesn't line up with her own testimony. Wait, that's not her testimony. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night.
Ah!
Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Mr. Wright.
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, that's right. I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at that exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. No, we already confirmed that she was, and we already knew that she was, so that can only mean one thing. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only one of me. That's impossible!
Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise.
You seriously trying to suggest there's more? You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves that there is more than one of me.
Well, I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. Yeah, she was executed. Wait, you're right. Wait.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer...
Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was there at the temple on the night of the murder? It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But you just said you said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that?
Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Oh, time to spill the beans.
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected.
The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
Are you sure about that, Iris? Excuse me? Even he's like, excuse me?
And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
Right? You betrayed her? What do you mean? She poisoned people? She killed people? Hello? Hello?
That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
The Great Ace Attorney pre-order link released yesterday. Yes, it did. And no, I have not yet, Serena. I am going to. Have you done it yet?
What? But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful.
But I promised that I help. And she didn't do it for the money.
You have given the cash column your money in the flash? Nice.
Huh? It was revenge on our father.
Revenge? Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell.
Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time.
You saw the Twitter announcement and Christmas came early this year. Nice, awesome. Like I said, I need to do it. I've just been busy like this past few days and I'm just dealing with headaches and such. This new diet is really like kicking my ass.
As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of the Crane.
That would be Misty Fate, Maya's mother.
But before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fate, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, Our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came here to the Hazakura temple?
Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh, no, fuck this. Fuck their dad. I'm gonna fuck him up.
And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it really does. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned Allure, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student? Have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She says she hated his guts. God damn!
I don't know what to say to that. I see. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate.
Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearls' Cyclock. Thoughts on the case so far, chat? No spoilers, obviously. Just gotta make that clear. Just it's a lot. It's a lot. Now, time to talk to Pearls. Look at that! They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pretty intense. Pearl has two evil-ass sisters. Well, I don't say, like, Iris is evil, per se. Like, she really was at the Hazakura Temple, Mega Billiam, so did she do anything wrong? Really? Like, her dad's a piece of shit. And yes, she did help with the fake kidnapping, but it didn't seem like she did anything else. It would have been uncouth for anyone, like, I am surprised Pearl hasn't killed. Well, she's 9 years old. She's literally an innocent. She is completely innocent. Like, so innocent to a point where it's like, I don't know, man.
Ha! You're too late, Nick.
If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. For now. And then Pearl gets her Glock. And dun dun dun. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, Pearls. Time to unlock a 9-year-old's secrets. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, for some reason it looked like it was more. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be at least in Stoneum's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go?
No, there was someone else that had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearl never went to Miss Stoneum's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Yeah, she went here, didn't she? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Well, simply put, she was worried about Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it?
Ah!
You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people could be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel.
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Until after 10? How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple's bell was pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell. That's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing the bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. And I think I know what it is. Let me just double check. Be careful, what's the nice... Yep! There it is, right here is this letter. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
What did you...
In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls? You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick! You're amazing!
These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe that they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and your purpose for writing it, whose spirit will Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious whose Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
Um, no. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Technically half-sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? She would do it because of her mama. It's so hard to do. Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you?
Doki doki.
But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why.
How did you?
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you start telling me the truth. Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see you some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather to admit carrying out these instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence. Then one more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. And then she knocks his lights out. Get his ass. Get his ass. Gravely roast the master. Babies. You both know that someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How'd you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is evidence that proves it. A baby. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like...
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right?
How did you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder? I know, right? She's just a baby. Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravy sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. No, you're not, baby. You're a baby. No, sweetheart, no. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Oh.
Can we just collectively give Pearl a hug? She deserves all the love and kisses. Oh, baby.
Alright, after dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain like it said in the letter.
I see.
And then, well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed there where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearls. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple?
Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, and then I heated up the leftover gravy
and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll where you cried? Oh, baby. And I mean that lovingly. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I'd never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let you get down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come fly into the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is, anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yup, like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Shut up, Larry. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Yeah, let's...
My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Right? Like, is she dead? Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month, and last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid the letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now then, listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. Aww.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually, a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange. Shut up, Larry. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome! My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya would be alright.
Is she dead? Is she dead? Or did she just say that, like, did she get executed? Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha. Finally figured it out. Have you tried? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. The Faes are dying, right? Like, holy shit. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a frickin' puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their side. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Exactly, how could anybody? Ha. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
Oof. This one's a doozy. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Is she dead? Hello? Alright. Oh boy. Here we go. Finally, the wrap up to everything. It's all coming to this. It's all coming to this, chat. I don't know, like, they're acting like she's fucking dead. Or that she's getting her ass executed. But, like, if you are a co-conspirator of murder, would you get executed for this? I thought it was usually the ones. Well, I guess maybe it depends how heinous the crime is, but still.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Good morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, Edgeworth! Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? She's prosecuting against herself? Plead the fifth! The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska Valkarma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking. Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. 3 hours?! I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can always see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your code on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. He said it! He said the thing! He called him partner, Ash! He called him a partner! Thanks. Well, I'm sure Japanese is eyeball, but still, eyeball. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Fellas! Exactly, fellas! The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Stoneham. No, I mean, Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. We got this, chat. We're going to figure out everything. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Oh, his brother was the Canadian. Did they enact some biological warfare on him? I see. Your Honor, so they're brothers. That explains a lot. Little what? Yeah, exactly, Ash. They're brothers. They're brothers. I bet he was probably asking him, hey, Udgy, how's Gant doing that he fainted? He got the COVID. No, I'm kidding. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Why isn't this judge Canadian? They were separated at birth. Or maybe they lived at like the border. Like the border between America and Canada, where like his little brother was more about the Canadian side and Aji was too busy being American. I don't know. That's my headcanon and I'm sticking to it. Because that's the only thing that makes sense in my head. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Oof. Mess. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court! Order!
Witness, are you saying you're an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? The Godot? So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crimes were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris was covering for someone? No, I'm definitely up in the creek. No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been in Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean the daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court! Iris, what the fuck are you doing? So, not only did she witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya would never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mr. Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So, it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. I don't know, something's fishy about that one statement. Let me see if I can get to it. How do you know about the staff? Well, she was there that... I don't know. Well, Mr. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She drew down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, Lawyer Boy? Lawyer Boy? Do I have a problem with Iris? Yes, there is! A dagger? Where was it? Your Honor? I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add to your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled the dagger from inside of her robe. Okay, now I think we can. Yeah. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is to hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's the sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Not Phoenix complimenting it. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. But even if that's the case, why would she even have a dagger? And where would this theoretical dagger be? Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. And as long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will not present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright!
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony cannot be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because she is actually Misty, her mama. There's no way her mama would do that. Elise Dunham would have never attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Fey? Ah! No! Not Mystic Fey!
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Karain channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious?
Is it really true? Mr. Wright, was Elise Dunham actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during the fight, and 2. That the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha, you still don't get it? You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. 8th cup? Boy. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Oh fuck, is that the dagger? Is that the dagger the witness testified seeing?
Oh yay! Thank you so much for the raid, Aru! Hello everyone! Hello and welcome to my stream. We are finishing the last case of not only just Trials and Tribulations, but of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. So if you are wanting to avoid spoilers, I would definitely recommend bowing out now.
Or you can check out the VODs later, it's up to you. But hello. Make sure you get comfy and all that wonderful stuff. Thank you so much, Aru. You have a nice one, okay? Let me just do something real quick and then we'll continue on. But for those of you who are staying, hello. Hopefully you'll enjoy. No spoilers for those who haven't seen it or know about the details yet. And congrats to us because we finally got the pre-order link for The Great Ace Attorney on Steam. So if you haven't done that, make sure you get that pre-ordered. So, we're gonna go ahead and keep going. Alright, is Aru out? We should be fine. Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the back. Oh no, did we not do that? Fuck. Shit, this is bad. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test to be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we would consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. I don't know about that, but in any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Hardly! Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. That's not even true, because... hold on. That's not even true, because where is it? Hold on. She was stabbed in the back, not in the front. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimonies you just gave contains quite a bit of few contradictions. Huh, what do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Iris is acting kind of strange. Ha. It's simple. People are like books. They've all got a front and a back. Get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter? And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach? There are certainly some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 different types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human being needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. But wouldn't they light it up because Maya was supposed to be doing some training? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? Oh, yeah, because of the weather. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. And that too. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased away all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. But then she would have saw her... That doesn't make sense. Godot. There's no way. Isn't that right, trite? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present you the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Okay, so it was not lit on the night of the crime. Okay. Oh, why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. Damn it. Oh. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Wait, does he not like... That's right, he's not able to see red. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. No, we have not established nothing, Judge. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. And then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wounds look. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But... You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. But there's no way she could have done that, because remember the bridge was fucked up. Hold on, let's get there. Okay, here. Yeah, this is the wrong one. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the last part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? No, we need to ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
No, that's false!
That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's full of shit! It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence.
Your Honor, I like that statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
Yeah, bitch, you are lying. Something's not right about Iris. I don't know why she's acting like this. Yeah, there's just no way. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Fortunately, I have to penalize. What? I must have been on the wrong track. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Oh, okay, I think I messed up. Yeah. There would have been... There we go. Sorry, my bad. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That's just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you don't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be!
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Chat, she is acting weird. Why is she acting like this? Like, why is she trying to pin this on Maya? Like, I know she's trying to get out of it, but what the fuck? Everything she's saying is just wrong. Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing is now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it is snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donum was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Rikiti, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donum's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, then maybe you could explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, well, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contains a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Oh boy, here we go.
Other than walking over to the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snowfall still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So is it just a misunderstanding? I see. This is a photo of the dusky bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Yeah, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse around across a bridge in this condition. Okay. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya would be accused of murder again. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the error of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Fuck. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this because it's too stupid. For Larry. Could it be? It could. Actually, yes. Let's go ahead and present that, actually. Oh, fuck. Where is it? There it is. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying that it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go! Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lois Dunham. You gotta put it like that, Phoenix? You gotta lie to the court? I'm gonna arrest you for perjury. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've seen the sketch before. You've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Or why aren't you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Wait a minute. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Lois Dunham is... Holding my breath, not that it's evidence of nothing, because he insists it's something. It's not exactly what happened, because obviously she didn't fly. Well, when you eliminate everything else, only the impossible... When you eliminate the impossible, only the truth exists. So... I'm holding my breath. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lois Dunham stated it over and over, that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts the reality as we know it? Alright. Well? What about this? Is this wire connected to the bridge? The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality of what it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, it kind of looks like this, right? So let's... That's the photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch to the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order! The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, it isn't likely that the artist just saw it. Isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Lois, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, okay, alright? Remember what Lois was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at the heavenly hollow waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Lois might have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh, no way. Lois Donum witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you're finally getting it, Your Honor. The correct way to view the Lois Donum's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order, order, order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used a burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Objection. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. No, not necessarily. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope? What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create the pendulum? Well, the suspensions. 'Cause it's on fire. Fuck it, right? Hold on, let me make sure that's the right one. Yeah, because see, that thing is like, oh. There it goes. And what the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donum's body. And there she goes. She's swinging. She's swinging. Because there is simply no other way to move the body. Ha. Oh, there he goes, drinking all that coffee. Mr. Godot? It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Objection. Possible or impossible? that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Well, remember they did say that Elise Dunham did fall 10 feet after death. So that is very possible. So let's go ahead and present it. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here... it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. And in the very spot where the pendulum will arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you said, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. And we know who that accomplice is. It's Larry! I'm kidding. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body at the Hazakura Temple side? Well, none other than Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from the Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Objection! Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. Objection! I have forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple. desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved during the using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. Ash? Megabillion? Chat? Are you paying attention? Because I feel like something big is about to come up. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Is Iris dead? I don't know, man. At this point, you better pay attention, man. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. No, I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. That woman that's standing there at the witness stand? Her real name is... You know what her real name is? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nevertheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor's all mine!
No, the honor's all mine. Aji. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says that her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? I mean... Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. The Kurain channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're now Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. Objection. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Yeah, no. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It was all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of that plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at the Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that Iris was at dinner. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave you this hood at the May Hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that she found the plans that talked about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
But how do you know that? How do you know that? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After seeing Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Thoughts so far, chat? It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. You're so confused? After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off! I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? Well, they're twins. I mean, it's possible, right? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue on with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Dahlia to switch places with Dahlia, or Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, there was a chance. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. And it wasn't his fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was our boyfriend. He didn't mean to. It's not his fault. It really isn't. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Anyways, Ash, what are you so confused about? That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirituality and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Who's dead? Well, Misty Fey is dead. That much we know. As far as we know, because we already have her body. We have her autopsy. She is dead. She is the only one who is confirmed dead. So I'll just say confirmed dead. So I don't know who else. That voice! Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, also, Dahlia Hawthorne is also dead. So, 2 confirmed kills. Misty Fey and Dahlia Hawthorne. They are both dead. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Well, we don't know who's channeling Dahlia. It could be Iris. Like, it's possible that she... But they did say that... Ugh. They did confirm that Iris doesn't have any powers. So... I don't know. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that for to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have, when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fey to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So you were going to kill your cousin and throw your sister under the bus. Wait a minute! And Morgan was willing to do that to her own daughter? Wow! Wait a minute. Did you really just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself try it. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? I'm tired of this bitch. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
Ha! Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
Y'all, don't give me that shit, Dahlia. You're willing to throw Iris under the bus too. All to make Pearl Fade the master of Crane?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
Stupid plan.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
Wow! What the fuck? But then again, like, if it's that easy to convince somebody to do that, he never really cared for her in the first place either. Ooh, this family fucking sucks.
You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Despicable. How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child. Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back.
Like you give a shit, Dahlia?
All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection! But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well.
How could anyone do that? Even Iris, that's what fucks me up. You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nut, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place?
She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. What? You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now that the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
No, we haven't found her body, so it doesn't count.
That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your snivelling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires.
Well, at least he's not dead, right?
Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Oh yes, your goal. Your goal all along was to get back at Mia. And remember, she did say that somehow, some way she was going to get back at her. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? This bitch is just evil for the sake of it, huh? Yeah, she really is. Like, holy fuck.
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
Quick, throw salt at her, right?
I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. I mean, he's right. Like, he really is like her daughter. Or like her mother in this case. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me.
Throw salt.
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warning hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
Wait a minute. Wait, did Misty? Misty was the one who must have done it because there was a staff there. Oh my god. So it was Elise Dunham who channeled her after all. Surround the witness stand with the salt circle, right?
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
No, not Maya! No, not Maya! So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
No, but she was stabbed in the back. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was secretive that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her for myself.
You're a ghost. You're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing. But I couldn't see.
Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well into the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started the investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
What a bitch!
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan has succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own two hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way!
Order in the court! What's the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
No, there's no way. She would not have done that.
Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
No? What? What do you mean?
What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, hasn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out?
The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed herself, killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that?
What, you think it's Pearl?
Why Pearl? She's a baby. We already know it's not her. That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
God, I want that as a ringtone. Holy shit. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Hello? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. So that is true. Wait a minute.
Don't look so surprised.
I think I know where Maya is, you guys. I think I know where she is.
I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya?
Where is she?
There is no one else found inside the secret cavern. no. It can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. King shit! No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? Are you trying to like get a suit or something from the Sherlock? From the Holmes estate? Hello? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river. So now he's trying to help after treating Nick like shit, right? It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right! That's where she jumped from! Dahlia is the type to say, "Go kill yourself, bestie!" But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. That's right! If there's like a giant ass, rock. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So, it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. So in that case, there's no way. Yeah, there's no fucking way. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yes, we do, Aji. Yes, we do. No, not the photo of Elise. This one. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! Ha. So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this? Have you heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Should I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Should I tell you where Maya is in this? Should I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is? No, she's not in the inner temple. She is definitely not in the Hazakura temple. She is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. It's not her. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Boom. Boom. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand attention! Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey! What? How could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. Yeah, but she didn't even get to it. Judge-san needs to chill. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't! What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Objection! Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that has never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! It's Mia! It's Mia! Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back onto that night one more time. Imagine being on jury duty and watching this shit go down, right? Holy crap. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Yeah, no shit. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. Well, to be fair, again, like, she was about to get killed, and she saw the body of a woman fall. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that it was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. And yet she kept committing crimes, right? You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman! And then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but not Doug. You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face! And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if you hadn't gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember you said earlier in the trial, you said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Not ready to go. I don't know, Big Billy. I don't know. There's Maya. There's Maya, you guys. Sis. Oh, there she is. She's safe. She's safe. You guys, she's safe. The evil has been defeated. I get tears in my eyes every time, man. And the judge is like, well, enough of that. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say that you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Cadeau, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? Judge probably needs a drink after that. Yeah, no kidding. If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Man, I need a drink, right? We all do. We all need a drink. Holy shit. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. Oh shit, thank you so much for the cheers, Anonymous cheer. Thank you so much! Yay! After all that! Thank you so much! Oh my goodness. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Agreed. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Hello? We are tired, Godot. Come on. Let us be free. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. Godot, let me go to bed. What? Trite. Remember what this evil spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Godot being a go bitch. Yeah, he is being a bitch right now. Come on. Like, he's big, sexy, but come on now, dude. Then, I took out a dagger I got in front of the store from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dodo. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Damn it, you're right. We gotta figure this out. Okay, we got this. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? Is she even okay to do so? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through! We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. But we know that it's not Iris or Maya. Who else could it be? Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? And then Pearl pulls out her Glock. I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve! But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Alright.
Truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There was something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the secret cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual...
No offense, Iris, but you have awful taste. Well, I can understand her point of view. Like, she's really trying to just sympathize, but... I get it too. You, at some point, you just have to cut off the toxicity.
I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people?
You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang out the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But... the path to the Inner Temple was cut off.
The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held?
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to the Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was a murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant.
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix?
Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see.
You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunham really was?
Yes.
I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe...
I know who it was. Chat, do you know who it was? What, it was Larry all along, wasn't it?
That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge.
Pearl? Why Pearl? Why would Pearl do this to her auntie? We've already established that it wasn't Pearl who channeled the, Well, we established that she didn't, but why would she kill her own auntie and Dahlia? But then again, she does love Maya a lot, so maybe she just pulled out her Glock.
That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose.
Did she know it was her auntie? I don't think so.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia.
Well, one, Pearl knew that she had to channel Dahlia. So, seeing Dahlia in another person's body, I don't know. That's tricky. But it is a possibility.
Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
Well, chat, we're gonna keep going. Because we are finishing this tonight! Man, they spent almost an entire day at court. Holy shit. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test that we have performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Okay, it's not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. But remember, Phoenix, we did confirm that the actual weapon was the staff sword. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Oh, Maya. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright and Company Law Offices.
Maya, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya, the pain of the Fey bloodline must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see it.
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, Maya! I want to give her a hug. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there.
She doesn't look well at all. Yeah, no shit. Why would you scream that, though? You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker.
Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child?
I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? No. What's your last hope? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what?
Maya, come on. Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh! That's right! I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
But...
Maya, the stone lantern wasn't lit.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the purest of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Judge, where is your mind? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there are truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick,
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could also describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
no!
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There is no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For a man that killed her mother? Bars, man. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick, I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha. You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop.
Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Well, if you guys remember, somebody lit up when the power went out in this very courtroom.
Take that!
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself just how this is possible, yes? Larry! Exactly! It's Larry! What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be! Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone? This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man.
For a totally different reason. What? Come on, Maya, we're all tired. We want to go home. Witness, Mr. Wright, what? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume that the culprit was a man. Larry! Larry! Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. The torches were lit?
yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene. So you're saying that the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they were all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Why didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah, the area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden,
she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing happened?
Yes,
I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of evidence. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened.
The torturers was lit. Has it? So you're saying the killer had cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. There were a lot of shovels. They're heavy. Huh. For what purposes I do that? But it's not clean because the body of Elise Donham was carried all the way to Hazakura's temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered up in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Well, I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Who's passing him the coffee? I'm guessing the bailiff. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it. Simple. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Well, Godot, he can't see red.
Take that!
Mr. Godot, This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Lesbienne. This is the apron that the delightful Miss Berg was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor! The blood covers stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Okay, is there red tea? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe that this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, try it. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Ah! Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute! Maya! What is it, witness? Mr. Godot, is it the killer? After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
No, he didn't. He was there. He was there when we got there. Maya? You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up and I began channeling, my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. That's not a thing you should admit in court, Maya.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot? Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Hold on. He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She says he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry on an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. No, what is your Godot investigation? You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. what did Godot just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. Curly was also stuck. Wait a minute. Then if that's true,
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right! The scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of that mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. No, you wouldn't. Not to a layman. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh... Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, it should be almost over. I think we're almost there, Mega Billiam. Just gotta be a bit more patient. He couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask just one little thing, Krite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Well, yeah, because... This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored a plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed, because remember, Pearls did say that it was already unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist that this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes? And when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Well, I mean, I feel like they kind of do that anyway. yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden place for a crime. After discovering the plans, he had hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. And then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. Figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. That word, I can't say it, but it's Mia. It's Mia. It's always been Mia. It's always been about Mia. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honest piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Fowles killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney that worked at Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault! It's all my fault that Mr. Fowles killed himself! can't cry just yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that faked kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who has spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who has slept away their best days. Yeah, right? Same here. There are only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saying Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known about the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near, I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hagazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially? Yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Korean had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. Oh god, the tears are coming. It's not fair! It's not fair, you guys!
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. Misty really said I will kill my fucking niece if I have to. Holy shit, y'all. I hope she haunts Morgan for the rest of that bitch's days. That's all I can say. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Crane, Misty Faye's powers was supreme. So that's how it all went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple, just in case you needed to be safe with Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There's more, because Godot is an asshole like that. There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime.
Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. Tell us what exactly happened at the time of the murder. I think this is the final one, because at this point, what else can you argue?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. And she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha. Things break trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. See? The last one. Fuck, man. Hold on. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Nope, there's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Cause she wouldn't know that the staff was a sword, so that makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah, is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Well, she was bragging about it.
Take that!
Dagger. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
It's not. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying that the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly! A DNA analysis of the blood would have proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something. Joke's on you, Trite. I lost all my blood in an accident. No, not the poisoning. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave behind evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes? What does that prove? Well, if I were really the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. But there was no time! It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Oh, come on now. Please, Ash, don't manifest this. In any event, it seems that it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then. When this continued, wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right, but if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger. I have no blood, trying to a cyborg now. His clothes should have been bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty quickly. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple site got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the Inner Temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah! Order in the courtroom. What the wizard says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anybody have brought a change of clothes? Did you just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
No, that's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! Ha. So that's all you got? I knew you were tough enough to finish this. right now, if Mia Fey were here. If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite! Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you gotten even one piece of evidence? Actually, the question is whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I could prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha, that's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Oh shit. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. There's one thing I've just demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there are no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where is this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Well? I got confidence. I got this. I got this, chat. Ha. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off the killer. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh, gross. It's probably all infected, right? Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I couldn't just face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, that there's one person that I should have gone to talk to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. And do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya! Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today. However, I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy, the stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. Thoughts, chat? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando! I believe in you! I know you were trying to save me! Thanks. Your wound! It's bleeding! Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Sir, you should see a doctor. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando! You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's over. All over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? I should really fucking hope so. Holy shit. Damn, son. Hold on. Going to jail and the hospital. What a day, right? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I could hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true!
I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Yep, the old twin switcheroo.
You mean...
That's right.
I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pinned back for me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think
She must have noticed.
Huh?
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life.
Or mine. Damn, Iris! Holy shit! Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Oh, thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right? You finally called us by our name! This is so cheesy. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you to be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Our court is now adjourned. So, I have a theory about this whole mess. Because Morgan was so desperate, now this is just a theory, this is such a big theory of mine that I actually wrote a fanfic over it. That Morgan was actually behind Mia's death all along. And I'm gonna put out the fanfic. Read it on your own time when you're not so dead and all that. But my theory is that she actually, because a guy like Red White, there's no way like he wouldn't have noticed her, and there's no way that he was just gonna impulsively kill her like that. He is the kind of guy that will definitely like find out some shit, and Morgan was the only living relative at that point, besides Maya, because Maya was underage. And I really do think that Morgan Fay had something to do with Mia's death. I wholeheartedly believe this. No one can convince me otherwise. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya's life is being sent to prison by my own hands. Of course justice was served.
Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more that you can learn from me.
Mia!
You've accomplished something that I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
She's like, now let me rest.
I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question.
What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Also, there's a song that I want y'all to listen to. It's essentially, okay, so the name of Godot's theme song is called Fragrance of Dark Coffee, but fans were so desperate for, like, other fans and more talented fans are so desperate for, like, some kind of closure for him. Obviously, fanfic, fan art, what have you. This person actually made up some lyrics and vocals for Godot. Keep in mind, this is made in 2010, so hopefully you'll forgive them for that, but please give it a listen when you can. It's so bitter, and this case just hits me in the fucking gut. Nick. Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on! Cut it out with that gloomy face! Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick! Maya! How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother murdered. Ouch! Franziska! Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Edgeworth! Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no more fills her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of their trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed, shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Don't call him out like this, Edgeworth, come on. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too. Franziska? I don't suppose. Fucking Larry! There's room for me in this group hug, is there? No, go away. Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick? Is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Francie's with the... It's true and you should say it. Don't get carried away. She's like, no. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. Did they execute him? I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Well, our baby cousin, Pearls. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she could see her smile again.
Oh hey, so this is where you all were.
Gumshoe!
Wow, looks like we've got quite a bunch of... Ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Yeah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Francisca, come on. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien! Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep nagging waiting, pal.
Hey, you!
Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she'd been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has been following you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But, what about you?
Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. Well, we have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could have Pearly gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple. For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon?
Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Pearly's not here. Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone's cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearls.
Mystic Maya!
Pearly! Why did you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Oh. It's not her fault. It never was her fault. She's just a child.
I swear that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do. To pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya!
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Literally, she was. She was there until the day she died. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman!
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's...
a photo?
Mother... It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what a human's life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. I'm crying. even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. I know, right? It makes me want to cry. They're so adorable. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three of you when you come back.
Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because the training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and I probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
And with that, we finally finished the 3rd game. What are your thoughts on this case, chat? I know it's long, and for those of you who stayed here, I love you. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karain and the office manager writing law offices, and I have to be a real big sister's Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Yeah, this case gets me in the feels every single time. And I'm actually trying to fight tears because this case hurts so much.
So it's true. Mr. Nick is really Maya's shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Daya is super dead. Crab Rave. Yes, finally. She is gone forever.
Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man was selling himself silly.
Oh, don't say that, Gumshoe. Don't be weird. But they are cute. You do gotta say, they are very cute. There's your girlfriend.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the treasures of the Karain exhibit were a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Oh no, don't do it, Adrian. But yeah, no, I love this trilogy. This is my favorite game. This is my favorite case. Dusty and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh?
Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Damn it, Ron! Once again, your crimes! That fucking meme! That fucking meme came up. There's your girlfriend.
I want to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now, with their own compromise.
I couldn't read it fast enough. I'm so sorry. I failed.
I'm just an old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing! 69 years old, I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
She fucking killed him. Good for her. Good for her.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We have hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Matta. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Good for her. And finish chat for Phoenix? I don't know.
My. More reporters? Since the murder, we've been made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to get back. Whoa!
God, this game. But next time, we are definitely gonna play Apollo Justice.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
God damn, Pearls! Hey, applause for all the voice actors for doing what they're doing. They worked really hard. And what a king he is. And there's Mia. Can you imagine how much money they made just by doing those lines? God, Godot's story is so fucking tragic. It's so good though. And there's Franny. Oh, Jen is Sue. Good for you. Good for her. Good for her. Fucking pain. Sounds so awful. That guy. I wonder what they're doing now. Hopefully leading successful, wonderful, healthy and happy lives.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and there's no one here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone?
Yeah, no, there's Obag being Obag. Yeah, Greg, just a little bit late. We finally finished it. But that's okay, there's always Apollo Justice. You know? I finally found something I love to do! Franzie's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head! I should have realized this sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. I don't know about that, Larry. Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. Oh. I love this picture. But I love this picture even more. Did Godot die? I was never really clear on that. Like, I know obviously he got arrested, but like, did he just fucking die? Well, that's it. We did it. I guess so. In any case, he lost so hard he died. In any case, thank you guys so much for joining me on this trilogy And you guys think in a bad way. You hope he dies so he could be with Mia. No, that's not really bad, and that's what I kind of feel like too. So like, it's complicated. I love this last case so much. It's so good. Anyways, my voice hurts, so I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you all so much. I love you so much. Bye.